Seems like we're live. Hello everyone, welcome back to Railroads Online, and we are continuing on from where we were building the other day with the new splines on a clean map. And we're up to the smelter, and today we're going to put in the smelter yard and hopefully get the line up to the iron mine, which you can actually see off just there in the distance. It's right there in the middle of the crosshairs. So first of all, let's get a yard built in around here. And I have a feeling, and I'm just going to have a little bit of a test here, that this piece of track is not at the right height, and it is on this side. Let's go have a look over on this side. I wonder why it placed in high on this side, and it doesn't look like it actually has. It's only this end. No? Okay. Let's test this out then, because it was this piece I tried to place last time, and that says it's low, and this end says it's the same height. Okay, that's very interesting. What about this one? Same height. Same height. Interesting. I'll just put a little short piece on here, turn on the circle mode. And I'm very sure the alignment here is 90. Because this one is aligned to the grid. Just put this piece in here for the moment as a alignment, and we need to get it better so we can actually line it up. Hi James. Yep, it is early, and seems to be the best time for me to stream is early in the morning, because it matches with the times of when it's prime time in the US, and about 90% of the viewers are US based, so it seems to be the best time for me to stream. We'll run a line out to about here, I reckon, and we need to aim for somewhere up over here, so about there. That should be good enough. And a lot of these pieces will get taken out and put back in again. Because we want a runaround lane here at the unload for the coal in case somebody's unloading coal. And there we go, there's my first stuck for the day. Give me a climax. All. We need a run around for the iron unloading. And put a little bit here. I'm still going to set this up as a shunt, even though you can sort of fudge it around now quite easily with this track. I still will set it up as a shunt yard, just because it's fun to shunt. I quite enjoy it. That's right, it's prime time in the US. That's right, I'm not smarty. Which is the perfect time for me to stream. And put a small piece on there. Delete that one out of there. We need the correct switch in here now. And I probably want that on the left-hand side. And now I'm just going to put one in here temporarily, just to give me a measurement. We want to turn out to the left. Delete this piece here. And build back from that link up to where it meets the end of here. There. And then delete that piece. and then put in the little curve that goes, turn off the circle mode, turn off the piece that connects into there. And yeah, doing this little piece here, this is much easier than what it was in the old splines where you had to put in a 3-degree curve, then 3 7¼ degree curves. Now we need to actually start building on this one over here first. Know where it needs to line up at. We need a short piece of rail with the circle mode on here first. How far out do we want to go? About here, I reckon. Now on the end of here, we need to turn the switch around and face it the other way. So measure the distance. Put a piece on the end. And then we want to turn out to the right. And a short piece here on the end. And then measure back the distance. And put a short piece on the end. Delete that bit, delete that switch. And now we can put the switch in that we actually want here, which is that one. So that the turn's that way and the straight runs this way. Oh, I'm stuck. Okay, and that bit there actually needs to be replaced now because it's no longer linked. Circle mode off, and of course we're facing back the wrong way. We've got to spin that around to 270. Back to under there. Yeah, I've been to Ipswich quite a few times. Ipswich is where my wife was born. But yeah, it's just well, it was a small town. It's quite big now. That's where Queensland's Rail Museum is. So yeah, I've been there a couple of times. Quite a long drive from where I'm at. Take you all day to get there. Now this is going to be a lot of guesswork to try and get this to fit in here. So we'll just do our best. And now we need to come a little bit further. Another little piece. A little bit further. Try again. And still further. I'll delete all these little short pieces and put them in with a single large piece when we get it lined up. And a bit further. We've gone too far. So we won't delete the actual switch, we'll just delete this piece here out of the middle. And then we'll put in a slightly shorter piece so we know what distance we were before. Try again. And I'm quite happy with that. I think that lines up quite well. So if we know the position of that switch now, we can delete all of these small little pieces out of here, put in, and connect it up with one big piece. Circle mode off, rotate it around, and connect it on. And now we can do the same thing with over here. We can delete that bit. Oh, I was almost stuck and it let me get out. Connect under there. Rotate it around so we're at the right position. Connect it on that end. Okay, and the only piece left is to put a switch on here. This just gives us a distance so that we can know how far to build this last piece of track over. Which means we delete this piece, we delete this piece. Come all the way back here to this switch. Put circle mode on. All the way to the end. And aligned it so that it's somewhere about that distance. Put it in. Delete this switch and put in the one little curve here on the end. Circle mode off and connect it on. And there we go. Now we have a passing lane to there. We have a shunting lane to get back into here. And this will need just a little bit more rail on the end here. Circle mode on, and we'll pull it so that it goes somewhat into here. Gives us plenty of room. Now I haven't actually tried this, but we'll give it a go. And that's to put some embankment here on the end. And we want to get an alignment of 180, which is perpendicular to the area we were building. Just sort of eye it in so that it looks like it's right about there. It doesn't really matter where we go on the other side. We're in the pile of iron ore. So that should do it. I guess a little pile of dirt on the end to make it look like it's stopping us, but it won't, because the new splines just go straight through that like it's not even there. Okay, around to the other side, and let's do a similar thing here on this side. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I've only ever been there to visit. I've never actually stayed or lived there. I lived in Brisbane for a little while. But yeah, Brisbane life didn't seem to agree with me. I much prefer being out in the middle of nowhere. So much less stressful out here. 170, and we'll align this up for a, just to get an alignment for our double track. And we'll put this piece here in here. We'll run this piece out here until we just start to disappear into the ground, which means we've probably got the one on the other side just a little bit too long. We could have issues here now with trying to get things to connect up. But we'll try and turn our switch around and hopefully we don't go into the ground. We need the one to measure the length first. And build back with the turnout to the left. Put a short piece on it. I want to try and maximise our room here as well. That's why I've gone as close to the edge as what I can possibly get, and hopefully not dig into it. This rail places, the new splines place a little bit higher off the ground than the old ones do. So hopefully I can get around that corner and I don't have to rebuild both sides again, which would be a major pain in the posterior. Okay, we've got that one in here. Okay, let's see what sort of a curve we can get here and whether or not we're going to go under the... up the circle mode so it moves a bit quicker. Ooh, and I don't think we're going to get it like that's at 30 meters. I think we need to move that closer. Going to let us put it in. There we go. Now we've got the full circle around, just to give us an idea of where we need to put this other side in at. Somewhere there, just to give us an idea. It looks like we've actually got to shorten both sides because we've gone under the ground here. And we've gone beyond the end length of here. So we need to shorten all of this on this side to get it to fit. Okay, let's do some deleting. Delete it all out and try again. The fun of limited build room. Circle mode, oh no, circle mode on, put it on 100. We need back to make straight lines. 0. And about a switch distance from where that one ended. So we'll go with about there. How far is that? I know that is actually lining up with that switch, so now we need to go just a little bit shorter. Just let's work out where we are on this side. We'll move back to about here. You can usually sort of see the pattern. Oh, there's the pattern, I see it. So we want to line up to about here. Okay, now we'll do the same trick as we did before. Put the switch around. Just a short bit of rail on the end. And we want the turnout on the right. Short bit of track on here. And build back for the distance. Piece on the end. Delete that one, and this will be the finished switch, which we want it this way. Okay, now we also need to delete this one, this one, this one, and we need to put a piece out off of here, just for something to line up onto. About there. Ah, we've gotten stuck. Give me a climax. Let's have a guess and say about here. I think I've gone too far this time. No, not quite far enough. I'm going to go a little bit further. Put back on 1 increments so we can get the right spot. How close are we? We need to make it just a tiny little bit longer. Need to delete that out of there. And I don't know whether or not it'll let me actually place a short piece like that. No, we're going to have to delete the piece we're standing on. And it wasn't that piece. And I've gotten stuck again. Yes, the loading zones for these hitboxes needs to be revised. And from what I've been told, they still haven't been fixed in the dev build yet. So I hope that's something that gets fixed before the dev build goes live. So we'll actually build past this one here from there, and that'll give us a longer piece. And we'll try again. How do we line up now? I think we have connected to the wrong link there. Yeah, I'm quite happy with the way that lines up. That's pretty close, if you ask me. So we will delete that and delete that tiny little short section. Oh, and this piece here I'm sending on to doesn't need to be there. Put it all back in with a single spline. Circle mode off. Spin it around so it's facing the right way. Link it up. This bit here needs to go. Link it on there. It's funny, it's like you have to actually stand on it to get the link to show up. When you're first placing a piece down. And then we want one on here that is just temporary to mark the distance for this curve. Doesn't give us much of a passing line now though. We want straight mode on. Line it up here down towards the end. That's close enough. And put in the final little bit of a curve here. Okay, and that's got this side rebuilt again. And that should be linked on both ends. I think this piece here needs to be taken out and put back in again. It's no longer linked. Delete that piece off the end of there. And now we also have to do the same thing again over on this side. I'll leave that piece there because that'll give me a marker of where I put the last one at. Link under there, circle mode on. So what we can do is we'll come over this side so we've got a reasonable same distance. to where we've got it and look for the pattern in the terrain and put that into there. But yeah, that's got us quite a bit shorter. Alright, let's turn the switch around here now. Back the other way with the turnout to the left. Short piece on this end. Measure back for the length. Short piece on the end. Yeah, we should be able to get around there now, no problem at all. Delete that out, and now we'll put in the finished one. And we want the turnout to the right with the switch stand on the left. There we go. Okay, now this one's going to be fun because I actually need to put another switch in here. So we'll build out a straight line here, which will give us somewhere where we need to line it up to get it onto there. Put in a short piece of track along here, which it should only be about, oh, let me place that. There we go. Should be somewhere close. And that needs to be just a little bit longer. So we'll delete the little piece out that we put in the middle. Place it in just that little bit longer. I reckon that far. Let's take a guess and say there. Delete out the switch. Try again. No, it's obviously made that. It connected it and we didn't want it to. Has actually built it longer this time, hasn't it? No, it's still put it in short. So we're just going to have a bit of a guess like that. Where do we line up now? Still too short. Try that long. We've gone too far now. Too far is better than not far enough. So now we can put in a piece in the middle. Let's see how much gap we leave. Try that. Still too far. How far off are we now? Ooh, getting very close, so maybe just a little bit shorter than what we currently have. How does that one sit? That one lines up very good. I'm happy with the position of that one. Okay, we can delete this piece out of here now. And that piece out of there. I probably shouldn't have done that bit yet. I should have left it for later. That has actually placed in quite a bit higher there for some reason. So somewhere here there's going to be a little bit of a bump in the track. That's that far off. So I can live with that. Okay, delete this loop here off the end. And this little short piece, we don't need it anymore. Because we want the curve to start straight from here. Yeah, circle mode on. Put it on 10s. Let's see what we need to have to... Well, it's definitely not 40. I'll put it on 1s. See what gets us close over here. And it looks like it's going to be about a 35. About a 35. Alright, so we'll put half the curve in. A little bit more than half the curve. Otherwise it doesn't like to do link-ups very nice. And so yeah, we're only just off with a 35 metre curve there. And then we'll turn circle mode off. And put the last quarter of the curve in. Just as a link. And it's got half of the smelter yard built. Alright, let's work on this end now. And we need to come out here a little bit further. On this piece here, actually I want to put a curve here. Circle mode on. Not quite that much of a curve. A little bit here will do just nicely. And now to measure across to the next lane, we will put a piece in there. Need to go back to our 1 link placements. Might actually help if we align this to the end of there, or we place down this first link so that they're both aligned. So we want to face in the other direction, so we need to spin at 180. It's pretty close. Get a measurement for our spacing, and of course we curved the wrong way. Flip all the way around to the other side back to 80. 81 maybe. Just so that the other end of that lines up. That there will do. We will leave that little short piece there in there. I've gotten stuck. Near climax. We will connect a piece of track between these two. Circle mode off. Give me a link. And we have got a nice little bit of a curve there. Okay, now we want to put a switch in here. And we want one that turns short piece on here. We want to turn the other way. So that the turnout is on the other side. And on that side. Oh, we should have circle mode on for this and be back on 0. Otherwise we could end up with funny angles saved in our links, which we don't want that. Oh, we want a switch to go in here now. We need to measure back with the switch. Let's measure back the length. Piece on the end. Delete that bit. Delete that bit, and now we can put the finish switch in, which we want stand on the right, turn out on the left. Now the question will be, can I get a second switch here on the end? We'll line back up into there, and no, it just will not do it. We are going to have to space this switch back further, which means everything we just put in, we have to take back out again. And that, and that. Let me have it. Let me delete it. There we go. Need to put a length of short straight on here. Turn the switch around. No good trying to use old track, it's not going to work for us. Measure the length. And again, we want the turn out on the right. Hopefully this will give us far enough distance so that we can actually get that turnout to go around the passing lane. Stuck. I nearly need to have a climax counter. Every time I get stuck, I put the climax, add one to the climax counter. Go back for a length. And now put in the finish switch, which was that one. Delete that off the end. Where does a switch land us now? And we're still way too far off. We need to come forward at least another, from that point there. How many more meters does it reckon? About 7 more meters. We've got to come further forward before that switch will fit in there. Oh, delete. Bit of a weird hitbox. We're about here then. Let's have another go. Trial and error is fun. That was sarcastic if you didn't catch it. Hi Strasbourg, and yes, this is building the map in with the new splines. which in some ways it's quicker to build, and other ways it's just completely frustrating. But we're getting there, and we'll have it all worked out by the time we finish off the map. Some of the bits just have not built in how we wanted them to, but we suppose we just have to live with it. But I can't see the... stuck again. Put in another climax. Another climax. There we go. Oh, I lost the delete tool. Here's the delete tool. Alright, try again. Delete that piece of track. And put in the correct switch. To the end here. And put in another switch. Which, yes, now will line up there, no problem at all. And we can actually put just a tiny little short piece of track in here in the middle, which is a good thing, because I like to have a little bit of track between the switches. That way they don't become unlinked on accident. Okay, now this curve here can now be removed. And we can put it back in with... Jump up on there. Circle mode off. Spin it around. Do we get a link? Show me the link. Must be a little bit too far off. There we go. There we go. Now that curve looks better. Okay, now this short straight has to stay there, but it won't be linked currently. So we'll put it back in linked. And connect it to the end. And now this curve needs to be put in. This piece here is curved. This piece here is curved. That has to be put in as a single piece. So it all links up. Only the link. And then this piece here is straight, and that bit, and that bit. And we also need to replace that bit so that everything's got a connecting link. Link to there. There. Over to here. And the last piece, which is from here. Here. Okay, that's got a passing lane on the loading side, which will connect back in. And we are a little bit further around than what I wanted to be here on the end. We'll see what kind of a curve he needs to put us in here. So we're going to put circle mode on. Put us up to hundreds, spin it around to 30, let's see where it ends us up at. Oh no, that's not too bad. So I want to come over to here. And I want to be on ones. Slowly move this out until it's somewhere lined up to where we want to be. Doesn't matter if we don't cross at a perfect 90-degree now. We can get away with that. We'll put it about there. did we end up putting this? I don't remember. I don't recall. I know this point here is in the right spot, and I don't think we've linked up the second line. No, we don't. It's still there. So we have to get this linked into here as well. And I also want to put a bypass as we come into here, a bypass so we can go this direction before we start to climb up to the mines plateau. But before we do that end, we'll come over here and we'll finish off the yard. Just on this end here, I need to do a little bit of a measure along here to find out how wide our piece is. So we'll just grab out this and we'll use this as a measuring tool. And we want to spin this around to 270. Just to give us an idea of our length that's along here. And then we want to align it back to straight. How long of a length do we have here? To put in a Y. And I reckon it's 106 metres, so that's 53 metres each way. So we'll measure out 53 metres here. Put that in for temporary. Now we'll spin it around until it's perpendicular. Put it back on 10s. Now we want 0. Give me 0. Oh, really wish that didn't go that way. The toggle for that grid alignment needs to be the other way around so that it starts at starts at 100, and as you cycle through it goes 100, 50, 10, 1. Because as you're building, you put the first thing that you make in at basically, you know, you're first getting as close to the direction you want to be at 100, and then the second time you do it, you're putting it in. You want to get a little bit closer, so you put it in at 50s or 10s, and then to fine tune it, you want it at 1. So you actually want it to start at the higher number and work to the lower number, and not the other way around. So we want to put a switch in here, but we don't want it facing this direction. We want it facing the other direction. So we'll go on 10. We're going to go to 180. We want it to align somewhere to the end of that piece that we put in. And I don't actually want that switch, I want the stand on the other side. I want that one. Place it in, see where it fits. And we've probably got to come just a little bit closer. So lead it out. That one, and a little bit closer. It's better. Delete what we use to measure out our radiuses. And building the wires are very, very easy in the new splines. It's as simple as, yeah, place down 3 switches. I've stuffed up there. And then just turn off circle mode and link between the 3 corners, as long as you've measured them out with a triangle. Circle mode off. Rotate that so it'll face somewhere where it needs to go. And link it on. And then the same back the other way. The other leg of the Y. Back over to here. Spin it around so it'll link. And there we go. We have a very quick built Y so that we can turn the entire train around. And now we'll put a yard in here as well. somewhere to store the cordwood cars and the hopper cars. And make sure we're on alignment mode, and we want to be on 50s. So we'll measure these in. So I reckon that's 1 meter. We'll give them a meter spacing between them. And now we want another switch in here. We want it to go to the right, but we want the turnout to be on the left. Now again, we want to put in a 1 meter piece on here. I don't believe that went in at 1 meter. Let's try again, shall we? Depends where you stand when you first click it in as to what length it places that first little bit at. As he reckons a meter's really short now. And that's 1.5, that's 2. Painful. Again, I'll stand right over the top of it this time. That's better. It's given us a short piece. 1.5, 1. That's definitely not 1. That looks a little bit better. It's given us 1 tie for that one. How many ties did it give it for this 1 meter? It gave us 2. We're just going to have to live with it. And now we need to put another switch in here. And we want the stand on the left and the turnout on the right. That's given us 1 lane to turn around in, and we need to have 2 lanes here to store cars in. I'll put another 1 meter piece here on the end. It's given us 2 ties this time. And then we'll put in another switch to the right. This one won't stay, it'll get removed. And now we'll put down some straight line tracks, and we can only build as far as the end of here, because I'm not sure whether or not if I put it all the way through and then build the bridge back, whether or not it will not put the pylons on. And that's only giving me 103 meters. That's not many cars at all, really. Really, I need this yard to be this length, full length, all the way down to here. So I'm going to put it in at full length, and I'm just going to hope that it completely ignores the pylons when you put the cars in there. Oh, too far. Falling off the edge of the... Oh, did go the right length, and now it won't let me. There we go. And the lane to back up when we turn it around. Go for 10 cent. Won't let me have it on the length that I want it. And we'll put some embankment here on the end. And we're already aligned the correct way. And have a guesstimate on this side of where it's going to sit. We want to be on ones. There. Make it look like there's something there to stop us anyway. So yes, I'm unsure whether or not if I put this bridge back in again here on top, whether it'll take the pylons out. Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's test it. We're here for the fun, and we'll put in a I can get up there easy, like that. Let's test it and see whether or not it'll let us put it in there. We want bridge, connect it to there. It was 2.5 down. And that's going to take forever. I'll put it back on ones. Where it aligns. One more it should be, that's it. Make it to link. It's guaranteed if I do it without circle mode, I won't get a proper corner. It looks like it's just put the legs back in again. And I don't think that that actually has link there. There's one easy way to find out. And no, you can see if we grab out a piece and it will actually allow you to link to it, it hasn't actually connected. And I think it has just ignored the fact that we have got rail down the bottom here and put the pylons in anyway. As far as I know, there is no way currently to put in bridges and not have the pylons appear underneath. So we will delete this piece here out of here, because this will allow us to put this piece here in, not with that, with this, and connect up to this next piece. And ooh, was a lucky unstuck. And it should put the track back in the same spot as what we had it. That's, yeah, if we try and go more than half a turn or a quarter of a circle, it will not let you put in a piece of track linking between two places. It'll actually build a weird piece of track. And as far as I know, the ability to do that has been removed from the newer versions of the dev build. It hasn't been pushed onto us yet. Because when I said it was a problem, I was told that it's been fixed. Okay, this piece here needs to be removed. And we'll take this little short piece out as well. Don't need it. It's only for measuring. And we'll put our curve in here where it needs to be. We better come up level, otherwise things won't link properly. It's the link symbol and link it up. Okay, that should be our yard built. don't like how the switches work now. I much preferred the click and drag than the left click, right click. Oh, hi, Joe. Yeah, it's going to be a while before we can run some trains on it, I think. I'm thinking months before there's actually workable trains where you can actually run loads again. And even longer before there's actually a game there where the trains might derail off of it. Okay, now this is another fun bit here we got to do, because now we need to also put in some fill in between these double lanes, and it won't actually let you. If I try and start over in here, see, it won't actually let me put it down in there. It just will not allow me to do it. So what we've got to do is we've got to come over here and we've got to start, sort of line up where we are here. Line this piece up somewhere in the direction where we want it to go. And you can see if I put it out here, it lays it in level. Pull the piece out. No, it's going to go too high. And so this is another thing that you have to do with it, is you have to put a down, get it down level. Put circle mode on, please. And we want to build straight. On this link here, then we'll come back up level again. And now we should be at a lower position. Much better. Okay, now we'll go circle mode off. And will it allow us to place it over here where we want it? And for some reason we've gone up high again. Oh, because no, I have made this mistake. We actually have to put in a second piece again here, which now puts us level again. And connect a third piece onto it, which should now build at a lower level, so it doesn't sink the tyres. Completely buried. Turn off circle mode. We want to put the first piece about here. Now we link to it again. And now we can start putting our pieces here in the middle at the right height that we want them. The right curve there, it'll actually let me put it in without sinking anything. Maybe. Perhaps I'm still a little bit too high up. So we'll go back and delete it. We'll have another go at getting it lower. Delete that bit. And this bit. And that bit. And we'll come out here a little bit further. And this time, instead of going for 1.5 down, we'll go for a 0.5 down, we'll go for 1 down. Circle mode on. 1 down. And then link. Come back level again. And now we'll have a look and see how low we are. And yeah, that looks like a bit better of a height. Circle mode off. Put our first link there. Yeah, that's looking better now. Match the curve in. Up to where it starts to go straight, which is about here. Match that curve into there. getting the fill in the middle is a lot harder than what it used to be, a lot harder than what it needs to be. And we should be able to run all the way through to the end now, just with a single piece. Probably don't want any curve on it. Move it over that way just a little bit. Sort of guess it in. Let's have a look at that. Run back up and have a look and see how he went. Now it looks like we've buried some there. For some reason that went on a weird curve that way. Let's put it in 2 pieces. It's just burying it from there, so we'll put it in here where we know it's not burying. And try again. Looks like we're going to get it all the way to the end this time. Have a look at that and see how we went. Oh, it's still buried those tyres right there. Stuck. Give me a climax. Don't want to accidentally delete any of the pieces we've put in, so we'll put it on actual locomotive. Not sure. And I got out. Lucky me. Not sure why that's burying there. I'll put it in another piece in the middle. Why won't it let me place down that piece? Too close to a joint. That was what it was. And it's buried those ones there. Put back on all. Go for another piece. And now one more to finish it off. And I think that's still actually buried them between there. And I'll delete this last piece and put it in again as well. I think that's still buried them. Too bad, they're staying buried. I'll put that in too many times and they're buried up here again as well. And then we come up here and we use the piece we used to drop it and we get rid of it. Just this 2 little pieces here. First one is a down, and well then this point here in the middle is actually on, got a downward angle, and then you've got to turn that downward angle back to a level angle at this point. So it actually takes 2 pieces to go down a level. And we need to do the same again over here. And we need to place this at exactly 270. by rights, it should just let us build right through the middle. Put it on circle mode. There, link to it, and this gives us our actual piece. This one should go in with just circle mode on, and I've gotten stuck. We'll get it in anyway before I spawn in a climax to get out of the stuck. Delete the first piece that we used to get in there. It's got the fill done in the middle of this one. And yes, it seems to have buried some ties as well. I'm not happy with that. Try again. No, I don't want rail on it. I just want the embankment. I've got too far to the right now. Too far to the right still. Too far to the left. And the grid system was meant to make things easier to align. But that's okay, you're not aligning to the grid, you've got to align to the industries. And the industries aren't aligned to the grid. We're doing just a lot of guesswork. Oh, we're going to go with that. So I've had enough of playing with it. Is there a link here on the end? There's the link. Show me the link. Stand over it might give it to us. Second attempt went in better. It's only just a little bit over some of these ones here. We can live with that. Okay, and we've got some to put in down here at the other end, in the middle of the yard. Which again, it's the same thing. We did as before. Turn the alignment around. That should be on 0. I think it's just some of the tyres because they're not very straight tyres. I might do the little trick here of the down, level, and now we'll have a look. Seems to be better. Just before it sticks out the end. And we won't run on the track. We'll run down beside the track so we don't get stuck as easy. That fill in there, that one gets deleted. One more lot of fill, and of course I'm not going to be able to get this one here to get placed in very well. Let's have a look and see where that lines up to. Turn off circle mode. I'm actually going to come up here. I'm going to guess the center here. So we keep it aligned, it'll be right. We'll guess the center. We'll connect under there. Put circle mode on again, and that should have us straight all the way to the end. We'll run off the track so we don't get stuck. Put the piece in here to the end. We will delete that bit that got us in there. And then from here we'll build backwards. Find the link, and then we'll build backwards into here, which will keep us nicely centered. And that's got everything finished there. Okay, that should be the entirety of the smelter yard all done now. I just have to link up the smelter yard to over here. Well, actually, I want to change this piece of track here. So we will put just a short little piece here on the end to mark our end. And then we will get rid of that piece of track. And then we will connect on to after that one on top. Circle mode off. Rotate it around so it's pointing the direction I want the track to go, and connect it back onto here. That should put our curve back in, but change us over to gravel. We're close enough to the ground here that we can go back to gravel. And this piece we put here on the end, we'll now remove it. And we'll put in a piece of this wall. Circle mode on. And we are level, yep. And we'll turn around now and align this back up so that we can put another piece beside it. So we need to put in a parallel curve around here. Close enough. Oh, that does actually place in low. I wish there was a button where we could actually notch it up and down in the Z when we want to first place the track. That would be really nice. And match that length to there. And then all we need to do is connect up between here. Circle mode off. Rotate around so we're somewhere facing the right direction, and link onto there. And that should have given us a parallel curve. And it has worked in this instance. Nice. Okay, now to put this bit here in the middle, I have to come over here and delete that. And oh, you're shitting me. Oh, now that has annoyed me. Why did that delete? Okay, that's not a happy camper. Circle mode on. Spin this around. Not a happy camper. Of course, this piece is going to want to place very low compared to what it was. Ooh, yeah, I'm a bit pissed at that. Try putting that in the middle. And that wants to place high. Still placing low. Places high. Oh. Yes, that's the sound of frustration. It should not have deleted that piece. I had the marker nowhere near it to have deleted it. Why is that doing that? Oh, that's just going to have to be close enough. So I'm sick of jerking around with it trying to get it to work. Right, type number 2. Circle mode off. Delete it. Good. Alright, let's try and get the embankment in the middle. We want embankment number 2. Just spin it around and face it the other way. And it just will not let you place short pieces without circle mode on. Probably should have put that first piece in with a slight down angle on it. Oh, let's put this piece in with a slight down angle on it. Who cares? Let me place it in. No, it just does not like that placement. Go for the super deep stuff. Oh, there, boxcar. Yes, just the normal fun that we're having when we try and play with the new splines. With them not doing exactly what we want them to do. And it won't let me, there we go, now it placed it. I don't know what was going wrong there. It just said no. Back up level. A little bit more of a curve. That is very weird. There should be no downhills here. I have to put in another shorter piece. Oh, who cares as long as it looks right. Let's completely ignore the numbers as long as it looks right. Oh, it was a lucky unstuck. Oh, well, that's burying things. I think I'm to hear that. Well, that piece is a little bit more problem than what it should have been to put in. Now, let's not delete the bit we don't want to delete this time. Okay, we need to somehow get over to that other side and line back up to that in lane, and also fit after that. So I want some rail here. We'll do the outside lane. Circle mode on. Put it on 10s. And if I do recall, we put this corner in at 70. But I think we're going to have to go 30 for the last little bit of it. And we don't want to be on any inclines. We're really going to be pulling that tight, getting that in at this angle. So that's about where we need to be here. And now we need to put in a switch, just to measure the length. And really we needed another switch. And I don't think we've got enough room here to do it. Put another switch in there to go back the other way. It will be just too tight. How long is that? Pull a piece out here and we'll just use it as a measuring stick. It needs to be able to line up with about here. Well, we'd nearly get it. We've got about 38 meters. Oh, but that's not taking into account the length we also need for the switch. So we've got 38 meters from there. So that's, yeah, it's just not going to be enough. We can't fit it in there. Not enough room. So we'll put a short track on here to measure that. Remove that. Now we've got the actual correct switch in, which we want to be turn out that way and the switch that way. And now we can remove that piece of track from there and connect from there. Oh, we also need to remove this short little piece off of here because we don't want it either. We're just going to have to do the loop around the smelter to head up the hill, which is fine. The only load that needs to go that direction will be the coal load. Link. And there we go. That's made a nice curve in there. Maybe. Funny little curve there before it goes back to the... Oh, the train will go around it. That's all that matters. And then from here, we connect onto that one. Or this one, perhaps. No, you don't want to let me. It's showing me that this one is not linked either. Better go for depth number 2. Just in case on that outer edge there. Oh, it just says no, you're not allowed to place that there. Not showing me a link or anything. Oh, there's a link. Wrong one. I suppose we could do something silly and make them cross over. It'd let you do it. The train would run over it. We'll try this time. We'll go on this side here and see if we can get a link to show. There we go. Now we got it to connect to the right one. We'll try and do the same thing again. Sort of stand back and sort of aim somewhere near it. There's the link. There it is. Now they've come together. And the last step of here, we will delete that one, and we will delete that one, and we will connect from here, because we are actually lower at this point here, because we went down a little bit before we started going back up again. It's probably a good idea we build around here in little sections, because guaranteed this ain't gonna wanna go where we want it to. Got some finagling. A little bit further. Too far. That one. Yes, the parallel tracks were certainly fun to try and build. Should be the last piece we need. There, add a little bit more curve to it. To about there. Now let me place it in. Now, something I've found is if you just spam the key, sometimes it'll just let you place it, even though it normally wouldn't. It's just straight up saying, no, you can't put that there. And I can't think of any good reason why it would do that. Definitely don't want it up. Let's try and finish it up out here. No. Just spam the key around. Let me put the piece in. It's just not letting me place it. Oh. Some sort of anomaly going on there. We'll go for the super deep stuff. Okay, now that was weird. Let me put it all the way out to there. But yeah, I don't care. That looks right. Okay, that is down to the smelter and the smelter yard done. We need one more little piece of track across here before we start climbing up, and hopefully, oh, look at that, we are just a smidgen too low. Really hate it when it does that. But just a slight uphill puts us nearly level. So we can actually start climbing a little bit early. But on 10s. Oh. Well, that done weird things as soon as I put the circle mode on, didn't it? Now we are too high. And now we are too low. Okay, that's interesting. Its position changed when I changed the settings. So let's make it back to being a straight again. Okay, we're going to put that through as a straight to here first then. We're going to have a short straight before we start to do the turn to come over here. Too far. Somewhere between 50 and... And we need to come up 2.5. On the point we're aiming for. Which it looks like it's about there. And now we want to have a short straight. Just about to change direction. Go about there. And now we need to start working the curve back the other way. Now, I don't believe we're actually getting the right angle on here because I know that this is not a 2.5 up this grade here. You've got to go around the edge to get 2.5. I've built it so many times. So I reckon this 2.5 is actually going in steeper than what it really is. There's something going wrong here with the maths. We need to go wide to keep the angle. We'll put that in there. A bit further out. About there. Right, now we want to curve back in again a little bit. And we do want to meet up with this inside edge, but not quite there yet. And that looks about good. So we'll put that into that point there. High millsy. Need to get just a little bit tighter into here. It is currently 10 minutes to 7 in the morning. I started nice and early morning, which puts me prime time for the US viewers. And it's also the quietest time in my house. Because everybody is still asleep. Short straight there because we're going to change direction now. Come back the other way. We need to come around here and work out how far we need to go to miss that piece, which is about there. We might go just a little bit wider. Whoa, that's backwards. That misses it there at about 72. Straighten up a bit. For the next piece, put it back on 10s. about here. Now, we need to get over to this point here and work out the curve that goes in here. Back on ones. Ooh, that's a little bit too close. We'll go one back. There we go. So about that point there. And now we want to be a short straight because we need to change angle again, change direction. Ooh. No. Gotta take out this last piece and do it again. What I reckon it was about 60. So I'll actually go for 60 this time. And I want to be pointed about that direction. Now we'll straighten it up. Oh, I'm the wrong way. Now we miss. And put a short straight in there. And now we can turn back the other way. $60 will do. Go about there. Uh-oh, it smells like Kenosha. There's no trains to run to derail them, so... And that's going to run into the wall there, so we want to be pointing somewhere about that direction there. And now we go back straight again. We're on hundreds. A little about here. Well, it's kept it all reasonably nice and close to the terrain. And this is about as far as we can build from here now, because we've got to build down the other direction, and that will determine how far down the river we have to come to before we can put the bridge in that turns around here. So they've got to be a piece that connects. Morning, Dr. Bob. Are you a real doctor, or are you a doctor like Dr. Pepper? Okay, so that's all the smelter all finished. And I'm going to take a little bit of a 5-minute break here and have a drink. Oh, well, that's good, Dr. Bob. And we'll have a quick look here at the stream time. How long have we been going for? An hour and 50 minutes. And so it wasn't too bad, hour and 50 minutes to build in the smelter. Oh, we'll run up to the iron mine now, because the next thing to build is to put in the yards at the iron mine. And we'll zoom up here as quickly as we can. That's the quickest way here. And done. And I don't remember exactly what the alignment is on here, but we will find it in a couple of seconds. But I know I have aligned it to the grid so that it is a whole number amount. It's as easy as putting that up there, and it looks like it's actually 138. What a guess. It's guaranteed 139 will be one the other way. That's one too far that way, and it's one, what a guess, 138. So we will align the edge of these reasonably neat up there to the edge of the legs. And we'll put this piece here in here. Just gives us a marker for where to stop at. And then a normal piece of track. With this one. And then another piece of bridge, which tells us where to stop at. Ah, guess what Silly did? Silly forgot to turn off the grade. We're still going uphill at 2.5, but we don't want to be going uphill here. So we'll put the grade back to 0. We'll try that again. And I'm not going to put any much of a yard up here. Basically just a passing lane and a spot to turn the locomotive around in. And it will be a through yard because the supply side will come straight from the sawmill. And I've already got the spur built down at the sawmill ready to connect to. About the end of there. Marker. The next piece on, and I'll actually like to go to just before about the middle of that pylon, and then we'll put a short piece in here and go to the middle of this pylon. That gives us a marked spot here to stop under the chutes. Makes it a bit easier to see. Now we'll actually start our... Actually, we might put just a little tiny short straight on here. Step up to 10s. We'll go 5 metres. It'll be the first increment that says 5 metres is 5 metres. And now we'll put a curve in here. I want to get reasonably close to the edge, but not too close to it. Maybe a little bit more. Put it on 1s. And we'll aim it about this direction. There we go. Now we'll put a short straight in here. We've gone 100s. Set it straight. on 50s because it's easy to get a measurement. 5.55. And now we'll put a switch. Let's see where the switch goes though. Link. Because it wants to point up the hill. And that's okay where that's pointing. Don't be overly concerned. We are going to turn the switch around and then it will point the right direction. Pull back this way. And we want the turnout going this way. Straight on there. And build back for the length. Looks like I'm going to have to rotate these a bit. Put it on 10s. Wait, puts them level. I want to place in a little bit easier. And there we go. That looks like a better length. Or a direction to be pointing down that path, because we will actually build in this side as well as down that side. And you can kind of see, when you've got no trees here, you can see the spot where it sort of lines up nicely down on that side. Even though it's gappy and you're going across little ravines as you build across the cliff face. But it does sort of stand out a little bit when you have a closer look at it. And we can't build a lot of this here because, as you can see, it's sticking out the edge. We want the switch. And now we want the stand on the left and the turnout on the left. Show me a link. No. Oh, there was a link. Is there somewhere? Is it this way? No. Oh no. And to get back up, you've got to run all the way back over here to get back up again. Lucky we've got fast run. There's a link. There we go. Now we've got the piece joined in there. And that was a pretty good lineup, because that's about where I like to try and have the stand, is like stuck right in the side of the hill, but not too far in the hill. Okay, now that bit there is not actually connected. That bit's not connected either. And connect our piece back up there. This bit we can't have because it's actually sticking out through the side of the hill. And yeah, by having the switch over this hole, it actually makes it easier to place track in here, because it does not like for you to put the normal track in this hole unless you use type 2. And if you use type 2 in the hole, it sticks out through the side. Whereas the switch doesn't care if you build it out, you know, hanging off the side of a mountain. Like I can place it out here. Oh well, usually lets you place it out in silly places like that. So you can place it in silly places like that and it'll just hang out. And it doesn't care. So it'll match over this hole in the ground better than what you can with the normal track. Okay, and one of the reasons why I put in this little short straight here is so that I can put in this little short piece here. Will let me connect it. I'm going to stand on it. And then it will allow me to place down here beside it. And we need to be on grid of 1. And it's going to be finicky and it'll let me place it easily. I can align these parallel tracks by using the edges of circle mode on. The edges are there. Now I can connect between here and over here, and it gives me a nice placement for this curve. Or perhaps it doesn't. It should have, but it didn't. So let's put circle mode on. Put it on 10s. Let's build around this curve with circle mode on a little bit first, so that it keeps us close. So about there, I reckon. And then we'll connect the last little bit. Circle mode off. Yes, that's given us a better alignment into the passing lane. And now that we've got our distance marked, we can delete these two pieces. Put this little short straight back in here. Show me a link. Oh, there was a link. There we go. And I can also build back up here. Circle mode off, on, straight. We don't want to quite come that far, we only want to come to about here. And then I want to grab a switch, and just to put it in to mark a distance. And hopefully I'm somewhere close to the end here, and I am, which is good. Turn the switch around, now we want the switch stand on the left and the turnout on the left. And from here we will build out a curve to the left. Tens now. About 60 will do. That'll get us somewhere out here in the middle. That down. Put it back on 100s and go straight again for a little bit. And then this is just temporary, just so that we know that it's here. This does not actually function yet. And we will just put a turntable in there. It shows us that this is where a turntable needs to be put when they are actually added to the game, which could be a while, because I don't think Koimi's worked out how to disconnect a rail car or a locomotive from the spline yet. Okay, now curve back the other way this direction. And we'll go for full, because I'm pretty sure this needs to be very close to being all the way over. Because yeah, so we can't even fit 40 in there. 40's too big. So I'll go back to 1, pull it back in a bit. We don't want to be too close to it, and we don't want to be too far away from it either. to be pointing the right direction here because we want to aim over at this piece here because we want to come this direction. So about there. Now we want to come back to being a straight track again. That'll tell us how well we aimed, which was pretty good. And to about here will be nice. Now we need to put our switch to get into the center lane in here, so we'll build it forwards. And a short piece on the end. And build it backwards. And I want the switch stand on the right because this normally needs to be changed when you're coming up the hill when you're standing on the right hand side of the locomotive. Okay, now coming off of here, we're going to do pretty much the same thing as we did on the other side. Is go into circle mode and we'll go all the way to 30. And then at this point here where we started to build straight, that's about where we've got to put this to. I'll be like that. And we've got to be on ones and slowly edge it out until it's somewhere parallel to that section there. And that has not given us the right thing, and that is because we were just a little bit short off of this end here. Someone had said this to me that they needed the inside lane or the outside lane to be different lengths, and I've tried that and it doesn't seem to work. You need them to be the same position and then you'll get the same curve to the inside to the outside, and we'll try it again here now. We're on 100 so we can get all the way up there and then put it on 1 so we can start. No, that wasn't 1. We can start working our way back, and that should follow pretty neatly now around this curve. We need to come back 1 more. No, we needed to be 1 more over, 33. And that has built us pretty neatly around that curve now, and I don't think so. We need to be 1 more out. And if we wanted to check it, we could put down the stone wall and see how far off of lined up we were. But I'm quite happy with where that has landed there, because that will now allow us to come through the circle mode turned off, line that around so that it lines up with this, and link back onto there. And I'm very happy with that placement. And that is the entirety of this yard done, so we'll climb up here and have a look. And yep, that's gone in pretty neat for me. Plenty of room there on the run through to be able to have both up, 2 trains up here at once. And a spot to turn the locomotive around so you can go back. No, you can't buy the other locomotives in the beta yet. You can in the dev build, or so I'm told. But of course there's still bugs, and we won't be seeing it on the beta for some time yet because it still has bugs. Put that back on 100. Oh, because the circle mode's off. work our way over to this point here. Be just a little bit wider, I think. And about here. And we'll also start working at, from there, our 1.5% down. And we want to put this in just as it starts to breach off the end. And that's that piece put in. Yes, I'm not overly excited for the new update because I know how much stuff it is going to actually remove from the game that we currently have. There's no physics been worked out for it yet. Trains can't disconnect from the spline. And from what I've seen in Nix's dev blogs, the trains aren't even properly following the spline. When you get to a bit of a tighter curve, they seem to skew just that little bit off to the side of the rails, and they're not even following the rails. But we'll see whether or not that's been fixed when he gets his next bog out. Well, he needs to put in some tight curves so that we can see the trains going around tighter curves to see what they do, instead of having these nice big wide open curves which don't show us much. Shows us trains moving, and that's about it. And well, he needs to have the 30-metre curves because that's the limit we've been given to build with, even though I think it should be 27 metres, which that equates to what is the tightest curve that was ever put in narrow gauge railway, the 66-degree turn at Uintua, or whatever it's called. And so we'll start building our downhill grade here now, heading towards the sawmill. And this is just going to be a lot of short splines to try and hug the side of this mountain. It needs to be short straight because we're changing direction. We need to aim for over here. Go a little bit wider than that. Go about there. And then back straight again. For a little bit. And don't want to aim for there. I actually want to aim for over here. But this little piece here needs to go in as a bridge. So we'll actually build it to there. And then build another section over to here. We'll come back and put the bridge in later. That needs to end there, which will be the piece of the bridge. And no, I think I have messed up there. So we need to come back and we need to remove that bit. We need to remove that bit. Actually, even that bit, I think. Let's put that all the way back into here because we've gone the wrong direction. But just a little bit too snug up against the edge. And we're building off the short straight. one. So about there. Now we want 100. Back to straight. And now I've actually got it worse than what I had it before. So let's delete that one. And delete this little short straight. Need to make that straight just a little bit shorter. Oh, thanks, Josh. As long as I've helped you out, means I've done what I aimed to do, was to make it a bit easier for people to be able to build their tracks. We put it in at the right length. There we go. Now we'll go for that tighter curve. Yeah, see, now we've got heaps more room. That's better. Back onto ones. We can go 35, I reckon. So 35 to about there. Go back to straight. And yeah, see, now we're reaching past the end of that outcrop, no problem at all. And a short straight on there before the change of the direction. And now we can turn back this way without crashing into the mountain. And we actually need to come over to this point here. How far in can we go before we start hitting the on tens? Before we start hitting the embankment. That's just a little bit too close. Back onto one. Move it out just a little bit. So now this bit here actually has to go in as a bridge. So our first little section here, that will be where the bridge starts. This section here will be bridge. And we might go all the way across to here. That will be bridge to there. And this will be all... we actually want to come to here. And this bit here's got to come back straight again. While we're here, so we know which bits have to go in as bridge. Instead of coming back and building them later, we'll just put it here in the middle. I think we'll just go with the normal wooden bridge. It'd be nice if we had these bridges here with all of these different colours. Actually, no, we will. We'll put in the new bridges, the bridge 2 with the old. I think we've actually built this the wrong way. But we'll see in a second. Let me try to put it in here. Get the alignment right. And we'll put the railing on the wrong side. So take it back out again and we'll have to build it backwards. So the railing goes back in on the correct side. Rotate it around so it's somewhere lined up. Oh, it's going to give us the length straight away. That's better. And that puts the railing on the cliff side. Okay, next piece on here. Circle mode back on. Put it on 100 because this has to be a short straight. So we're about to change direction again. At that point. And now we have to run over to this point over here. Ooh, that's way too far. Put it on 10s. And it's about here it needs to sit. Put it on ones. And making closer. On that point of where we're starting to move away. About there. We'll put that piece in there. Then put the next little piece in after it. And now we can take this piece out of the center. And again, we build backwards with a bridge. Because we need to put the circle mode off. And back over to this last little straight that we put on. Oh, it's going to let us link it straight up. Let's put our bridge in there. On with our next section, circle mode on. We have to come back to straight. Hopefully we haven't gone too far, no. And it should be about there, I reckon. And now we've got to work our way around this curve. 30's too far. Put on 10s. 40. Alright, 40's too close. So somewhere between 40 and back on ones. Move it in closer. And one more. And that looks about good to about that point right there. Okay. Actually, no, I think we could have come around a little bit further, about to about there. I'll take this last piece out and come a little bit further around with it. To about there, I reckon. Back on 100 increments. Right, for a section. Hopefully we can turn back out of this before we hit it. And yes, we can. Put it on ones. How much can we get? I reckon we can go one more yet. Get to there. That gives us a 36 corner, and we want to aim about that direction there. Back to straight. Where does it go from here? Okay. Actually, no. We actually want to come out just a little bit further. We need to be just a little bit wide here. So we're going to come out to about here. Up on top. Don't link. Try again. Show me the link. There it is. Now this bit has to be a straight. And then our next bit's got to come around this curve. It's 30's too tight. We're on ones because it's only just too tight. And just until the starts to disappear out. And we need to aim it about the right direction where we want it to go. Back a little bit, back to about here, I reckon. our next section. Need to come over to this point here. Keep moving it out until we're clear of the mountain. It's this point here we're aiming at. Looks like it's the high spot. To about here. I'm going to come in one more. Bury it just a little bit. Then we're going to come in just a little bit tighter. A little bit. And then back on 100 because we need to put a short straight here because we need to change direction. Short straight there. Link. There we go. Back on 10s and spin the track out the other way so that we can get around this hill here. That's too far. Okay, this is the high spot we're aiming for, obviously. And back on 1s. And move it over here as close as we can. Okay, this is going to be a bridge. So we want to put in one piece there. One piece to here. And then another piece to here. Link on. And we also need to work out now our continuation, which is over to here, which is also going to do a right hand turn straight after it. So we want to straighten it out a little bit. We'll aim it at this. So about there. This bit has to be a straight. Back on 100, come straight. Just a little bit. Okay, now we can come back here and take that bit out of the middle of there. Take that bit out of the middle of there. And put our bridges back in the spots where we've already built. Circle mode off. Show us a link. There we go. Can we get a link on here? Yep, there we go. Go over to this spot. Show me the link. Rotate it around a bit. There it is. There we go. Now we've got our bridges out. Oh, that was a lucky get out of the stuck groundworks. Okay. Back to this. We want to be on 100. Very quickly pull around this curve. And this is going to be a full tight curve. And we need to aim somewhere over there. Run over here to our next bit. We've got to try and get around. pull it back out a bit straighter. Put it on 10s, come out just a little bit further. And that's going to be a bridge across there as well. So I'm going to put that bit in there. That bit there. I just wonder whether or not we're actually going to fit through this little gap here or not. Whether or not we have to go around the outside. Ooh, that is so close to fitting. Wonder what happens if we come up. We might have just a little bit of a 1% here in the middle, just so we can come through this gap. I'll be on 1s. I think we will put that piece in right there, just like that at a 1, so that we can get in. Just that one little section so we can come through that gap. I've actually never made it through that gap there before. I've always had to go around it, and it puts a very tight curve out around that little outcropping. But one thing I probably will have done though, because we have gotten to take that across the middle, is it more than likely, oh, that'll be on the wrong side. We've got to build backwards with these bridges to get it on the correct side. It'll probably make our track a little bit short because we will have lost a little bit of the overall length of the route. Over here, circle mode off, and it's going to give us the length straight away. Circle mode on, and we need to build to about, we can come a little bit tighter here. Which direction do we want to face? About there. Okay, now this next bit here is going to be a bridge, and it needs to come and meet across. We need to clear out past the edge of this cliff face here. Go for 10s, move a bit quicker. And we are actually going the other direction. So now we need to come all the way back up here, and this first piece we put in here, we need to take it out again. Put it on 100s. Quite a little bit of a curve there. Now we want to go back to a short straight. And now we can work out where this curve needs to sit at here. I reckon for about there, that'll be the bridge. And then how far along can we go? To about here, and then we've got to come back again. So we'll come back and we'll take this piece out of here where it needs to be put in as a bridge, and put the bridge back. Hold, blink, circle mode off. go. Another bridging. Yeah, they are a lot easier to build when you want to do just a single line like this. But they do make a lot more splines. Like this entire route in the old splines, I can get down here in 7 splines total. And I'd already used 7 before I got through the first corner. With the new splines. It's just the nature of the beast or the way they work, saying that every single piece is a new spline. Okay, how far in can we come? Because we've got to meet out. This is the next spot we've got to get around. And I think we might actually do it in 2 pieces. We'll come in close and then we'll come back out again. That bit in there. Some of it's finicky and frustrating to use on the new splines. Most of it is reasonably good. Like some things have been backwards since they were implementation. And we've asked for them to be fixed, and they haven't been fixed yet. And we're hopeful, though, that they will actually get to be fixed. And back to straight. Another short little straight here. This is one of these spots that needs a tight curve. And yeah, look at that. That's a 30. And I don't think I should have done what I did there. We should have come out wide sooner. I will delete this, this, and this. Wasn't meaning for that one. Yeah, building parallel tracks is a lot more messing around with these new splines than it is with the old splines. A lot more messing around. And we'll actually go to about here in a straight line. Let me put it in. There we go. I'm actually going to come out to the right sooner. And then from this point here, you try and curve this corner around to the left, and we should wind up. There we go. That's better. So I've actually put it on this side, the wide section. And that's got us a better alignment into the mountain on the way in. Okay, on ones, because we need to pull it out of the side of the hill a bit. Let me place it in where I want it, there. And the next piece all the way around to there. And then we'll come back over here. These couple of little bits here are going to have to go in as bridge. That bit, we'll put the bridge in first before we delete the next section. Actually, no, it should make us a nice little curve in the bridge itself. We'll give it a go. We'll give it a go and see what it does. should automatically put the straight in the middle of it for us. Or enough of a straight that it'll work. Circle mode off. And we get a link. Oh, I've seen one. Gotta get just that. There it is. So yeah, see, it's given us just a little bit of a short straight there before it pulls us tight around the curve. I'm happy with that. On to the next bit. We're nearly at the scary part. That's the cutting there that we're aiming for to get in, to head up the top of the really nasty cliff faces. And circle mode on. And we want to come around to about here. On 100, now we want a straight piece of track. Or just a little bit. And now we need to try and work out what curve we need to fit in this little bowl that's here. Which that's too tight, that's too open. Let's go for 10s. And that's just, yeah, it's going to have to get tight there in the middle. So we'll keep it snug here. We'll be on that. We'll keep it snug against the edge to about this point here. It should give us enough room to be able to get through the next curve. And we'll come tighter from this point. That should get us around. Yeah, it does. That's nice. And we can come out one more. Where do we start to pull away from the edge? About there. So we want it in at about that. And that's kept us nicely snug against the edge. And we can open it back out again a little bit here now. About there. Probably even come to here and then open it out again once more. How far around can we get? I will aim at this point over here. I think that's the best bet. Try and get it in with a single curve over to this point. This is a bit that sticks out right here. I'll line it up to that. Oh, that seems to sit in there quite nicely. And now this one has to be a short straight because we're going to change direction here. 100. Back to straight. Well, I've actually never had an issue running directly from the sawmill to the iron mine. It's always been a great route anytime I've built it in or tried to use it. If you get your curves wrong or forget to put a short straight between changes of direction, I imagine you're going to have issues. Okay, once a straight there. That little wriggle. And then we're going to have to come back the other direction. So we can get around this. Here, I think, is the bit we're aiming for to get around. And the other thing is, on this side, you can actually get up at a 1.5%, whereas on the other side you need a 2.5%. So you can haul loaded logs, and well, the supply side of the sawmill, the iron mine, all comes from the sawmill. Yeah, I'm currently in the smelter's just down there, and the iron mine is behind me. And yeah, this line runs between the iron mine and the sawmill for the supply side, so that you can, like with the Cook Mogul, you can haul up 18 loaded, not a problem, up this 1.5. We want to be on ones. We need to come out just a smidgen further, that's it. To that point there. Whereabouts did you think we were on the map? Just out of curiosity. So I might go a little bit further with that last piece, so I'll take it out and put it in again. Because we do need to come just a little touch wide here on this curve before we start coming in. If I put it there, that means this first section that I put in here will be a straight. You can see the incline on the build menu up the side, 1.5. Oh, it does make it so easier without trees. And well, when you're finished putting the roots in, you just come back and put the trees back in. Will we make it through the gap? And we will, without an issue. Just looking at that, I probably needed to come a little bit wider. Let's get up over here so we can have a look and see what's going on here a bit better. So we'll come in wider to about that point, I think. About 80. Again, and let's pull it a bit in tighter. And I've come too far because that's going to put me out too wide. So this piece here, I need to bring it back to about here. If you're at the wrong grade, you actually have to go around the outside of here. But if you've got your grade good, you can actually get through this middle section here. And yeah, it will be a 30-meter turn to put it in here. And a little bit hanging out off of each side on a bridge. But it still does fit. And well, this route that I'm making here at the moment, I would have to class this as the most difficult route to build on the map. And mostly this section that's in here, building over this cliff face valley, because it's cliffs on that side, it's cliffs on this side, and building along these cliffs is the hardest part of the map to build on. So let's come out a little bit wider to, how far back are we? 50, about 25, 27, to about there. And let's see where we fit now when I pull this in tight. Oh, look at that. I call that an awesome bit of guesswork there myself. So we'll put that to there, because that can be taken out for a bridge. And then we'll put that to there, and then the next bit built after that will be a bridge. This bit here needs to be a bridge, so we'll delete that piece out of there. It's going to put in an abutment, but it's going to guaranteed it'll build something weird if I take it out. I can fix it if it does. We'll have a go and we'll see what it does. So we want to build bridge, old, connect it to there. Circle mode off. And there's a link. Yeah, I'm quite happy with where that went in at. Now this next piece, you just have to build this with a bridge. And something I'm going to do here, and we won't be able to do this soon, is it just won't let you build with the old splines anymore. And I'm just going to run around this edge, and I'm just going to put this in as a safety net, just in case I fall down and I don't have to run all the way back around the map to get back up again. So yes, I'm going to put in some of this old groundworks as a safety net. Let me get rid of that into this next position. It is so easy to fall off this cliff face. Give me a spot. Somewhere along here, there we go. Off to the end of here. I've got to go across this valley, and we need to end up about here. So yeah, see, that gives us a safety net in case we fall down. Dev vlog will be out possibly within the next couple of days. Nix can't do one until there's a dev update, and there was a dev update came out yesterday, so I dare say he's probably working on it right about now. Oh, now this bit has to be steel bridge. You've got no choice. And we want to build it and aim it back over in towards that direction there. Oh, I hate how it does that. I'm just going to build it just a little bit longer so we don't get that. There we go, that's better. I can be happy with that. Okay, now we can go back to normal wall. And this has to be a straight. Well, if you watch episode 7 of the tutorials, Tyler, and then watch the first 2 live streams that I've done of building the map out, a lot of that was, well, actually it's the second one mostly, the second live stream I did on the new splines. Nearly all of that was double tracking down a grade. If you want to see the fun times I had and how I managed to overcome some of the weird things that it wants to do, or weird things it won't let you do, even though you want to build it that way, it just says no, you're not doing it. Okay, can I get around the curve back the other way and fit it in there easily? We can actually pull that back over just a little bit wider here. So onto ones, pull it back into there at that point. And our next point that we've got to hit is this point over here. Pull it wide to here. Actually, we're going to have to put a small bridge in here. We'll line it up to where we want it to go. One out. Yeah, one further out. And then we'll put the piece in that will start the bridge off there. This piece across. See, now this is why I put the safety net in. That would have been a long run to get back around to get back up again. And that bit to there. That bit to there. And we can take this bit here out of the middle. And this will need to go in with a steel bridge because it is so deep here. Local mode off, rotate it around so it lines up somewhere close, and link it in. And actually this part of the track I would say is going in a lot easier than what it did when I did it with the old splines. And I've built this route probably 6 times over now in the old splines. It's not that they're more intuitive. If anything, I think the interface is a little bit backwards to what you would expect things to do. And well, I've asked for that to be addressed, and well, we haven't heard anything yet. Hopefully it will get sorted out. If we want to come back to a straight, like this here, when I'm changing from the grid alignment, it should go from the highest, and then it should go 50, 10, 100, 1. It should count down instead of counting up. Either that or they give us the option of 2 buttons, one to toggle up, one to toggle down. Just the normal is you put in you use 100 to get it somewhere close, and then you use 10 or 50 to get it even closer, and then you use 1 to fine tune it. So you're always going down the scale, not up the scale. If you get what I mean, you don't go straight from 100 to 1. You want to go straight again here. Small section. Okay, now this will be a curve and we need to meet over to here. The curve's going to get tighter. Will we fit? And we won't fit. I've pulled it too short. Okay. Come back, take that bit out. I went too far. So we'll come forward to about there, and now we'll try and put the curve in. Where do we fit now? This is why we put the safety net in. That's twice now I've nearly fallen off. Oh, show me how far you're going to build. I can't see it from down here. We'll build that to there. We'll open it out a little bit. To that point. Going into the rock a little bit further, I think. I don't want to go too far into the rock. It's to about that point that we've got to start turning back in again. So we'll pull it to about here because we'll need to put a short straight on the end. We'll come back to our curve we put in here. We'd actually need to put another small section of stone wall here. Full radius. Just around to about this point, I reckon. About there. And then bridges have to build backwards. Get the walkway on the correct side. Actually, no, we might build this one downhill. So we'll come put it on Old Bridge. Because we'll put the walkway on the outside of the curve on this one. Turn off the circle mode. There's the link. That looks pretty good. I like that. Flying away. I hope we can actually get low enough. Because I don't think the oh Jacob, I don't think the splines actually build at quite the same angle as what at the same grade as what the old ones do. I think there is a slight difference going on there. Circle mode on 100s. I want to go straight, just a small bit, to about there. Now we want to hug back to the wall to the left. To about there. This needs to be a short straight. There. Here, link. There it is. And we want to turn back the other way. And I have come too far. I get a link back on here again. There it is. Can actually fit a short straight in there, so we'll flying around and bounce around everywhere in this spot. It is very hard to build up here because it's hard to get a foothold, a spot to stay on the edge of the mountain, and that's really the only thing that makes it difficult to build up here. There we go, that should work. Oh, we've lost a little bit of our groundworks there. Don't want to fall down there then. Lost the safety net. Show me a link. Link. There's somewhere. There it is. Now can we get the curve in here? Yes. And then the next piece, which will be change the radius slightly. 130 is too much, so we'll swap to 10s. 60 is about right. No, I think we need to go more, so we'll swap to 1s. So about there. Pull it back a little bit. Put in a short straight here on 100s. Ooh, we're not going to fit around though. Let's take this last piece out, try again. Tens. Aim it around the end of there. So we actually even need to come out further. 60 from 1s. 52 maybe. Yeah, that'll get us past it. And it's that point we have to come to. Now we'll put in our short straight. The wobble before the turn and after the first bridge. Which one are you talking about? Back up here, all of these ones here, the train will go through these no trouble at all. I've fallen and I can't get up. And I probably can't, I can get a climax to get out of it. You're talking about just here. Because everywhere I've got to change a direction, or I've got a bit of a wobble in the track, or a little bit of an S-bend, I've actually put a straight between the changes of direction, which means the rail cars will go around it without any issues at all. So you can put S-bends, you just have to put a straight between them. Yeah, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to keep as close to the cliff face as possible. And like this area here, see, normally in the old splines, I would backfill this with the groundworks, but we don't have a mechanic for that in the new splines to actually fill that in because we don't have a flat surface groundworks. We've only got the peaked groundworks, which kind of only works to put in between lanes of track and as end stops, but you don't even really need end stops because the trains can't run off the end of the track. So yeah, the closer I can keep it to the edge of the mountain, the longer the length of track goes over the same route without exaggerating the actual length of the route. And the longer the route is, the better the grade you can have, if you get what I'm meaning. Okay, let's put our next piece in here. And radius 0 is what we want. How far up do we have to come? To about there. Now we want to curve back the other way. And yeah, 30 is a bit extreme. So we'll go back to 1s and pull it out just a little bit until it lines up nicely with the edge. To about there, which will leave us a room for a short straight when the change of direction. There. And then the next one will be a curve back to the right, and we need to aim over at this piece of rock here. 200 is a bit extreme. 100. I will bring it back just a little bit. Put it on ones. Need to be at just a smidgen more. There we go. And that's where it meets, so we'll come back just a little bit from that. And back on hundreds. Put the track back straight. And go straight to about here. And you can see I've put both the old groundworks and this new groundworks in at a 1.5 down, and you can see I'm actually starting to bury into the new groundworks now. And I can't see where I'm actually putting the track. I'm just going to have to end there for a second, and we're going to have to come down here. We're going to have to put in a new piece of put in a new safety net along here. I'll just run it along the edge here like this. Oh, it went flying. Somewhere to the end of there, and then yeah, just going to take this little bit here off the top. Otherwise, it's going to be interfering with where we're building. We won't be able to see where we're building properly. It's better. And I think it actually looks better for the train to be going through slightly wobbly track and watching it snake up the side of a mountain. I think that looks really cool, watching it do that. Okay, and this little bit here, and normally I don't put a bridge in here, and I'm going to do it on this one because it's a lot easier to do it with the... It's right from this point here. So it's from that point over to here. I'll actually turn that out just a little bit. I think we're a little bit close there. Yeah, that's better. To about this point here, I think. Maybe that's not going to work. And that's why we always need that bridge in here. The link. Yeah, so I'm going to have to work it to over to where it fits up neatly here. Which is a straight line apparently. No, it's not. It's actually turned back the other way. And did I put a short straight in here? No, it's not. It's a continuation of the curve. So we need to take out the last piece as well. That in as a straight. Run over to here. And work out where we need to put this piece. How far forward? Actually, I probably should have put the straight a little bit further out. To about there. So we'll take it out and do it again. Oh, that was the wrong bit. That was the wrong bit. Let me delete the piece I want. There is a issue with how far away you can see the hitboxes on the new splines. It has been reported and hopefully it gets fixed. I started in mechanical engineering back when I first left high school. But children came along and they had hungry mouths and they needed food, and we didn't have any money, so I had no choice but to leave university and get into the workforce. So I started out in engineering, but yeah, I had to drop it, which is unfortunate. Well, then I got into mechanics then, so I'm a qualified motor mechanic. That'll do just nicely. And that needs to be a tall bridge there because when I take the safety net away, you'll see that even along the bottom, some of these little bits of stone wall need to have basically extensions added down onto them. So that they reach the bottom of the cliff face. Okay, let's get back to where we're heading here, and circle mode on. And where is that going to take us? No, I think we need to put in a little short straight here. So back on 100 grid, back to straight, and we'll take the straight all the way to this point here. And then from this point, we will run over to... I probably could get through that gap in the middle, but I'm not going to. For the simple reason that I need a bit of extra length of track looking at where I'm currently positioned here. I'm a little bit higher than what I normally am just looking at this. And I'm actually going to turn this out slightly to this point here. And that will not need to be... See, because this needs to be a very tight curve to get around this end of this here. Okay, this bit across here needs to be put in as a bridge. We want to go for old. Which side do we want the rail on? I think on this side this time, so we'll build it backwards. That's right, family is most important. Family's needs come before anything else, even your own dreams and aspirations sometimes. That's just what being a responsible parent is, and well, you know, if you're going to do the deed, you've got to pay the piper, as they put it. So, you know, if you want to finish getting all the way through university, don't mess around with the girls. Or the guys if you're the other way. Okay, let's delete out the... And that definitely doesn't work. We can't use that bridge across that gap. That does not work. And we might have to go back and have a look through the pylons. Actually, no, we'll take it out, we'll put it in again, and we'll see what it does. Because it might put the pylons down far enough, or it might not let me put the bridge in. But because we had the old groundworks there, it faked it. All the way around up to here, over to here. Let's see if it'll link. It'll link. Oh, no, let us put it in there. But yes, you got to be careful with that when you've got the old groundworks that you're using as places to get up and things like that, because sometimes it will not put the leg full length. And we'll probably have to have another check of that bridge too. Just do that in third person mode, and no, they're all reaching the side of the mountain. And you can see that right underneath me here, the stone wall has not reached into the cliff face properly. It'll need another layer put around on the bottom and under here as well. Ah, wonderful. And I missed the button. There we go. Fall down the mountain. I'm going to delete some locomotives. And one from the bottom of the hill. Yes, it's a long way down, but yeah, you can see there that that bit needs a little bit added into it. That bit there as well. And we'll just put this on groundwork so it doesn't delete anything we don't want it to. It should let us delete them from down the bottom here. Get back up, we're more than likely going, oh, look at that, we got it. Oh, not quite fast enough. Get a bigger run up. There we go, now we got over. We'll see how our bridges and everything went here because we built them over. Works. Third person mode, no, that one's reached the ground all nicely. And it's just the tip of the stonework there sticking out the side. Well, along here's worked fine. That's all fine there. And I have vanished into the groundworks again. Oh, I really hope he fixes this, and soon. Place it down here. Yeah, so there's a couple of sections there. There's another spot there that's not quite right. Can we run up here or will it let us? We're going to have to go over this side. We'll delete the locomotive first. Let me delete it. So at the dev run speed, sometimes you can run fast enough to get up in here. There we go. Now we'll make it up. Oh, what a launch. But this is where we wanted to be. We wanted to check this bridge. And yes, the pylons have all reached the ground on this one, so that's good. We'll just get across the bridge. And then we won't follow the track anymore. We'll fall back to the bottom of the valley. I said the hitbox doesn't load on them. And if you're moving too fast, and like the hitbox is like really close, I can show you what I mean here. I'll just throw down a piece and I'll show you how close the actual hitbox is to the new tracks. And this is the problem of why you have trouble deleting them. Okay, I'll pull out the delete tool, put it on all. Okay, now you can see that it just doesn't actually appear on it. It's in it. And as I get closer, you'll see it appear on it. Right, that's the point there, that distance there, that's where the hitbox is loaded, right at that distance there, when you see that appear on top of it. So it's just way too close. Okay, get back up on here where we were, and we can continue building down the mountain. And we are still at Okay, how come our inclines changed? I hope we haven't been building at 1% for ages. And that's why we're high, because we're about a metre or so higher than what I like to be at this point. So link back onto there. And this is meant to be circle mode on, 1.5 down, 30 corner, and around to there. Actually, I probably should have started that corner a little bit sooner. So we might have to go back and do that bridge again, pull it up shorter, because we are too far around that curve. I will leave that there as a guide. I'm pretty sure that was put in at 900, it was. I want to pull it back to about here. That means when we put this curve in, 30, it points us in a different direction by the time we get around the curve. And we're going to have to go just a little bit wider. Put it on 1. Move it into about there. That should be safe. 35. We'll actually come to that point there. Then we'll connect onto it again. That's given us a better direction that we're heading off at. And more of this, and pull it all the way down to maximum height. There. And yeah, see, that's better now. We're not quite sticking out quite so far off the side of that hill. And we need to aim for the side of this mountain here. Oh, it won't let us put that in. Interesting. Okay. Let's pull in full tight curve then. Let's get a little bit further around the corner. Well, let me put that in, yes. Now we'll straighten up. Let's see if it puts us in. Let's just put it in. Go for 70. Yes. I have to put in a 3-segment bridge. It's guaranteed if I try and put that in as one single piece, it will pull a very tight curve onto it. And that will be the end of the bridge right there. And we do want to straighten up quite a bit here. Put it on 10s. Or can we get straight? Oh, look at that. Now we can actually get straight. So we'll put our short straight in there. I'm not sure which bridge it'll let us put in here. Don't know whether or not it will be tall enough for the your bridge, or we'll have to use the old trestle bridge. We'll give it a go anyway. So we'll put this one here back that we pulled out before. Circle mode off, connect, and he works. Yeah, they do. If you put groundworks underneath and then build a bridge over the top of it, because the pylons are automatically generated now to the right height, it will actually put in pylons that are too short. Oh, I don't remember what I put that in. It is now. Second section. Only jumped too far. Okay, let's go for an old bridge here. Let's see if it puts. Let's just put it in. I'll line it up. Oh, we've got a link. There it is. No, they reach the ground. No problem at all. I'd probably get away with both of these sections as one. So we'll put both of them in as one piece. And there's a link to that. Yeah, no, that went all right. Let's just see that last little 30-meter section. Oh, that was weird. Okay, circle mode back on again. And let's swing this track the other way. Because we need to get over to this hill. Link. Show me the link. There it is. Now back on 100, and we want a short straight. The link again. Hopefully I haven't gone too far and I can actually pull back to the left. And I've gone too far. I'm into the side of the hill. So I'm going to delete the last two pieces, that one and that one. And yeah, this will be one of those sections that was easier to put in the old splines, this little bit through here. I have to put the straight on the bridge, I think. Put in a two-piece bridge. Back straight again. Get a link. We're going to run around and jump back up on top of it again. Okay, can I fit the Kalura curve in here now? Yes, easily. that on one. Move it over until it's just slightly touching the other side of the mountain. There. Make it 200 for a little bit. Now we need to aim this back over to this side over here. So under here. So needs to go just a smidgen wider. There we go. And we want to pull that up just a little bit short, because that will get replaced with a bridge. Pull this tighter in, and that's a little bit too tight. Just out a little bit further. That's about there will be work about good. And put the next piece in. Okay, now we can remove all these pieces out of here and put them in as bridges. Ah, well that was no good. Oh, I wonder what I put this curve in as. Gonna have to go and have a look at it again. Move it back out here. Because that was a mistake that I made. That's pretty close. So I forgot to put the little section in here, which is basically the bridge abutment to that point. Now we can put the bridge in. And I still think we want the walkway on the other side. So I'll have to build it backwards again on this end. Circle mode off. And this side so I can get up on it. Oh, it's going to give me a link. There we go. Okay. Back over here. This one here needs to be a bridge. And I actually think I want it on the other side on this one, so I'll build downhill. We need to demolish this little short. Ah, not the bridge. And yes, because the hitboxes are too far away, that's what causes that deleting issue when you go to delete something and it says, no, I want to delete the wrong thing. This time we'll stand on it and delete it all through it. A little bit of a dry throat there. And we need to get back up on top of the bridge the other way. And put this little short section in here. And let's see what sort of weirdness it does for a bridge here. Because it's so short. Oh, show us a link. No link. I filled it. Oh, look at that. That must be the perfect distance that you need to have it at. Okay, so why is this one the wrong colour? Did I select the wrong one and selected new instead of old bridge? I must have done. Oh, however, I see a problem at the bottom of here. It did not put in the correct legs. So let's try again. Link, link. And I just put in no legs. That's fine, I can live with that. It's only a short span. Oh. But it must be just the right length that you need to put that in for to be able to get the walkway along the edge. Okay, round to the next bit. Oh, I was close, nearly fell through. Okay, circle mode on. And we actually want to aim to about here. Don't blink then. On the 100 grid, pull it back straight. And put in a short straight. And now we can turn back to the right. That's a little bit too far. Put it on 10. We're working where it needs to go first, boys. And we come just a little bit wider. Not that wide, so I have to go to ones. And that's about where we can come to. So that's on 54 metre radius. I'll put in the piece we need for the abutment. Jump back on top. Piece we need for the bridge. You hardly ever get stuck in the old splines. And yes, it's got to do with how far away and like it will happen with the dev speed run, you can get stuck in them, but you have to be, absolutely flying across the map to get stuck. A little bit of a short straight. And we want to turn a little bit to the left. Not quite that tight. Want to be on ones. I need to work out where to put the abutment on this end. There. Actually, no, I don't like that. Take that out. I wish to aim for, because this will give us a little bit extra length. We'll just come back right. Take that piece out. Take this piece out. And we will just come straight from here. We want to be right on that point, right there. which lines us up for the bridge that goes across to the other side. Okay, let's take this section here out of here, and now we want it on the left-hand side, which will be this side. So I want to build this way with the bridge. Circle mode off. Link up. No, not quite aligned enough. There we go. Put it on that side. Now across here. Let's see what fits. There shouldn't be any links down there. We run the train on that to know that that works. There. So, can we fit the curve in here? 30 to get to the other side. Yes, easily. Run it up this other side. It's not going to let us actually put this in with the, as it is by the looks of it. On 10. Put it on ones. Still too far in. Got to get over to that point there. Oh, I think we are actually lower than what I was last time I built through here. I'm pretty sure that will not let us place that, and it won't. So that's a 54 curve. I'm going to cross back to the other side again. Will you let us up there? No. Climax. Run through the bridge, back up to this side. And we want the steel bridge, and it should be still at the same angles and everything that we set that worked. Just need to work out where to put it at. I reckon about there. And it has put the pylons right in the middle of the track. And that was supposed to be fixed where it actually removed the pylons. So it doesn't look like we're putting a steel bridge there. Under, back up the side. Let's try with the old bridge. Let's see what it gives us. Or whether it'll even let us put it in. And it has completely ignored that as well. Oh, there's something I've never noticed. It's not that they're not, the spikes are not there to hold the rails to the tyres. They're just lined up in the wrong spot. They're here floating in the air. I will take a screenshot of that, and they can go into the bug channel. Except the spline's not lined up. So it's not the person who made the model that messed up. It's the person who imported it into Unreal that messed up. I wonder what happens. I'd be smart. Let's get a facilities and an engine house. And let's just dump an engine house in the middle of there. Let's try and build a bridge over the top of an engine house and see what happens. So I'll go for steel bridge first. And just put the legs straight through the engine house. Let's try the pylon bridge. And it appears to have put the pylon straight through the engine house as well. So let's get rid of the engine house. And let's try something different. We'll start about this height here. And we'll grab the old groundwork. And bring it out to here. Bring it to the center of here. To here. And to here. Landed in it. Let's see what builds the pylons where. Okay, long bridges. And I'm pretty sure that this will just ignore. It does. It builds straight through old groundworks. Let's try these bridges. It's not ideal, but I think that might be the ticket for what we need. So what we'll do is we'll grab some stone wool. Zigzag some stone wool under here where we don't want legs to place. I get stuck. Oh, what a long way around to get something. Get rid of all those bits. Get rid of that piece of rail. Let's see what happens here now when we build it across. Okay, we've got all of the first pylon. Yep, and I can live with that. Better than driving through pylons. However, that's not really going to work for... Is that got the bridge the wrong way? We have to take it out and put it in again. Get a link on there. To that point. I wonder what trestles does then. Just the regular old wooden trestles. Does it avoid track underneath it? Circle mode off. Okay, be like that. Up to 1.5. Spin you around. Now we've got a link. And you just put your vessels straight through the track as well. That is most annoying. So we will just leave that bridge out for the moment. We'll revisit it in a bit. Just building our line down here to the sawmill. And we need to go back onto down 1.5, circle mode on 100. And we do need a short straight before we change direction. Actually, no, we'll just go for a short straight. Let's see where we're aimed at over here. Let's see what we need. And we will have a slight little curve in the next piece, so we'll put in a short straight to that point. And then the next bit will be a bridge that will build across to here. There, looks good. But the bridge itself will end there. And the next bit of track will end to there. Move that out the middle. And we want not that. Old. I'll go around it. Like that. Okay, next bit of track. Circle mode on. And we have to come back to the left a little. So about there. And a short straight. So about there. And now we can turn right. Need to aim for this abutment here. Set nicely at 130. There. Short straight. That will also be a bridge abutment. And I think we're way too high. I might end up having to completely rebuild this. I think some of that section of track that we've put in the middle has been too high up. Wasn't set on 1.5 and I've put in some track at 1. Oh, we're getting down pretty close. We'll see. We need to go for 1s. And I dare say this will not let us put it in. This is too much ground underneath the middle of that. That needs to build to there, and no, it will not let it. So we want it at 62 with a bridge. It's going to force us to build it twice looking at that. Up on 100 and we need to go straight. For a little bit to there. I'll leave the bridge out, put the bridge back in the correct way. Circle mode off. Better. Just kind of looks better to have it on the outside. Circle mode on. Where do we have to aim? About to here, I think. To that point. Got to come in just a little bit tighter. And we want to aim over to there. Open it back out a bit. Actually, no, I think we'll put a straight in here. Short straight to about there. Now we need to swing back the other way. And we need to come back to 10s. And back to 1s. All the way to here, the abutment. Get where we need to go over the other side of here. It'll be to about here, and then it'll be the abutment for the end. And that will be the last piece of stone wool that we place. Move that bit out the middle. And we need to build this backwards with a bridge. Circle mode off. Oh. There's the link. Okay, and we are very close to being at level. We will now go for some type 3. Circle mode on. How close can we get here? One more, I reckon. Right, didn't it? Yep. Plenty of room. Actually, no, I think we need to come out just a little bit. We'll redo that piece. We're in a little bit too tight, I think. We'll come just a little bit wider. It's at 90. Wrong ones. Go to 100. And it looks a little bit better. There. Will we reach? Oh, well and truly reached the ground. Look at that. That's spot on. So I think we'll just actually continue that 100 corner until we're almost pointing in the right direction to line up to the switch at the other end. So go back to there. Connect them to there. And we'll point it to about there, I reckon. Line it straight. Let's see how far we go. And look at that. That's nice. I have gotten there with about 30 feet to spare. I don't think I want to put any fancy little links or no, it's going to put a natural curve in there. Doesn't matter what I do. And it'll link. And yeah, it has us put a nice little curve in there, and that's put the transition of the grade in there as well. And there we go. That's the supply side to almost link. We've got to go back and we've got to deal with this problem bridge across the rail. What are we going to do here? I have actually come out just a little bit too far from there. So this one bit here right on the end has got to go. Circle mode on, and it's set for straight. We'll actually come down to the bottom before we place it this time, that way we know it's not sticking out. On spot before it sticks out. There we go. I'm just going to put it in with steel bridge like I wanted in with steel bridge. And I'm I'm just going to take a screenshot of it, and I'm going to go and complain to Kamimi and say, why doesn't this work? This should work. And we'll grab a screenshot of that. Why does it have still have pylons when it should have detected that there's track underneath there and not put pylons down? Okay, we'll have a look at our recording time, see how long we've been going for. And we are just over the length of time that I normally record for. So that will be all for today's little episode of the journey of building the new splines, building out the map. And on the next one, it will be the line from the iron mine down the marked route on that side, which should be quite a bit easier of a build than what it was to build it on this side of the map. That's actually quite a hard build to get it to build over there, but that went in actually quite well. I'm quite pleased with how that went in. All right, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one.